Hello everybody, welcome to the Hell Zone. We're here today with a special Pokemon TCG stream. Voxel has sent us too many cards. Look at all these. And we're gonna finally crack them open. I'm very excited. I'm also very excited that I'm allowed to use this app because they've been promising it for 7 months, maybe a year, maybe like 2 years, maybe like since the dawn of time. Look, there's me. That's me. That's me right there. Look at that. You know, that hair color isn't really right. That hair color is, it's like, is it black? No. It's like having myself on the screen at the same time. I'm like, is it more black? But it's not. It's like brown. It kind of looks like it. And is my skin... Is that more accurate? That's more accurate, right? Let's be honest with myself. I'm very pale. And my hair isn't quite like this, but this is the best I could do. In reality, it should just be like naked from waist down, you know? And we've got, oh, so much to pick from here. Oh. Cosmetics. You know, we've got some coins. We could probably get one of these. Oh, that looks beautiful. Could dress up like Steve from Blue's Clues. Oh, now that's sweet. That's pretty good right there. Okay. Or it could be kind of a flowery professor. None of this showed up. Well, so the first time you go in, it only shows you the defaults. The cash shop opens up afterwards. Oh, look at this. It got that monocolored drip going. I don't know that you could say any of this is a drip, except for this, which just kind of looks like flames, or perhaps like a anatomic depiction of a genitalia is like dripping down the side of your body in a Guy Fieri type way. Just go full sweatsuit. Now, if we were going to do a Ghastly, should we do this one or that one? One or two? One or two? I feel like this doesn't keep you too warm, you know? There's an issue with that one. Like, you're wearing the hoodie for warmth, but you're like, the place where you're going to put your dual disc is going to get very cold. I guess it has the short, it's custom for dual discs, so you could put it right there and dual. But then again, you can't, because this is Pokemon, not Yu-Gi-Oh! You're not allowed to dual disc. This one does look more comfy, though. I might go with this one. A Ghastly t-shirt. There we go. Now we're in the system. I just have a lot of currency from migrating over from the other Pokemon app. Literally done nothing in this game other than do that. Oh, look, you can get all kinds of pants, too. Got jorts. Man, I've got to save up for jorts. One day. Okay, so I was going to scan in everything before the stream, but I couldn't. Because the game doesn't know where my camera is. And that's because we're playing on BlueStacks here. which is an emulator for the PC. And I do have a camera on my PC. You might be surprised to learn that that is what you're looking at me through. But it did not know what that is. So then I said, okay, what if I use my phone and do it there? But on iOS, this is an iPhone, it just takes, like, if you go to the redeem page, it just says, here, click on this link. And it takes you to the Pokemon website where you can manually enter in your codes, because Apple doesn't allow that. They don't allow you to enter special codes because it goes through their system. And so I was like, I don't actually want to manually enter these in, but it looks like I'm going to have to. So here's what we're going to do. I don't know how this will work because, like I said, we have a sizable chunk sent in by Voxel a long time ago, actually, when we thought this was going to come out. Like, these are from like early in the Sword and Shield era, maybe even older, and they have like the Pokemon Live thing printed on them, and it's only now become available. You have so many more. Oh gosh. Well, let's get through these. I don't know how this is gonna work. I don't want here. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. This will work really well. Hello. Okay. Is this gonna work well? Maybe. Nope. Can't show that part. Just get bigger. Bigger. There we go. Nice and big. Okay, here's my big face. We're gonna type in, now let's see. Let me read this out loud. BCW? Well, it's not typing. Oh, perfect. You can see it. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens when I enter this in. I don't know how this is going to go. Ooh, an elite box. Here, hold on. Let me go like this. There, now you can see. Ooh, an elite trainer box. That might just be a cosmetic thing. Is it? Let's see. Let's see. Let's go to the box. How do we change the box? Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. So we've got that. Of course, we're going to do Bidoof Day 2021, though. And then, yeah. 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 I like that that's the only one that came through. Oh, no, we've got a couple extra here. Like a couple. Bidoof Day. Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, now that's locked in. I didn't make this Saucian Zamazenta deck. It might be bad. You know, I have no idea. I don't know what the deal is on that. But you know what I do know the deal is? That was not nearly enough. That was one. And that didn't even give us anything. That was just a cosmetic. Every time you buy singles from your favorite online collectibles store, you get like 10 codes with them. Really? Like they just add them in? That's pretty nice. Okay. There. Okay. All right. Hey, brilliant stars. That's what you are. Shinx. Cherubi. Prinplup. Luxio. And Garchomp. All right. Now I don't know a lot. Like I kind of like have not been playing a lot of the TCG because they've been tantalizing me with this app. So I was like, I'll play when it comes out, and then it's like they'd like finish a set and release the next one, and then be like, well, still not out yet. All right, another booster, Clefairy. Oh, hold on. Got to get out of the way. Bidoof. Executor. Gabite. Boss's Orders. I've got one of those. I've so many Boss's Orders. They always do that. They always like put like the same card but with like new art in all the sets. Sometimes it's the same card with the same art. I don't think that's how a new set works, but, you know. I don't make the rules. Okay. What's in this one? Farfetch'd. Shinx. Cynthia's Ambition. She's very ambitious. We can say that. I don't like that they don't give you like a large version to look at. Staravia. Mewtwo. Okay, you can see a big one like this. Damn. Crunchy Snacks, you were opening Pokemon packs from Walmart. Now, I'm doing it online. That's right. Look at this guy. That's that ambitious Cynthia right there. You know, she did become the champion, so I would say that's pretty ambitious in general. Okay, next one. All right. That was the Mewtwo that they used for the Trick or Trade card packs. Venusaur coin. Eevee. Oh, it's like a promo. No, I have not been doing this a lot recently. This is our first one in a while. We did some like last year, but we took a pretty big break because we're waiting for this app to drop. Be prepared. It's so cute. Cute little Eevee. I feel like I had this exact coin like back in the day. I think that's like a classic coin. Okay, here's another pack. The audio in my Last of Us video is desynced by like 5 minutes. Oh my god, that sucks. I'm gonna have to fix that. Golett. Bidoof. Charon's Care. Single Strike Urshifu V. Is this the same one? There's like different art for it, though. Moltres. Look at this guy. Yeah, that's a good pull. Okay, this is the same text as your regular single strike Urshifu V. But different art. That's nice. What do points in the top right represent? What can you do with them? That's a great question. Let's take a look at that for now. Oh, as you can see, I just got some. So you can exchange credits for individual cards in the deck editor. If you have the maximum number of a card and obtain an extra copy, it will automatically be traded for credits. You can also earn credits by achieving new tiers in the battle pass and leveling up. So we've got a bunch from migrating over 9,000 in fact. And these are, you can exchange crystals for a premium pass, as well as for booster packs and bundles. Crystals are earned by completing quests, achieving new tiers in the battle pass, and leveling up. You can exchange coins for cool items for your avatar and decks. Coins are earned by completing quests, achieving new tiers in the battle pass, and leveling up. You can also exchange crystals for more coins in the shop. I need more coins. So we'll take a second to look at that. Yeah, so you can buy, I think this is what you buy with money, I want to say. Yeah, so for bundles, you're mainly using this. Yeah, like, oh, look at all these bundles you could get. Oh, shit, bundles. And is this scroll? Okay, and then you can get booster packs. If I wanted the spinner rack, what would I do? I don't know what I would do. Okay, so this doesn't seem to be where you would get that. I'm not actually sure how to do those things that they said. Product collections. Oh, booster packs. How do I, okay, maybe we'll figure that out later. The only thing we care about is opening card packs. But as we open up duplicates and get like more than 4 of each copy, this number will go up. And this number, I remember we did use to buy the battle pass, because this just came with the account as I migrated over. I think it was like if you have like 120 packs or something unopened, it would give you the maximum rewards. And so I just had a bunch of packs that I had no interest in opening on that account. So I left them unopened. And then there you go. Okay, so yeah, so you get the premium pass for this, and then as you play, you get bonus rewards. Bonus rewards. Man, wish I had bonus rewards, and I will have bonus rewards. Okay. This code starts with the number 69. Nice. V92PWX. Okay. Brilliant stars. Impadimp. Cherubi. Cinchino. Dedende. Ice Cube. Oh, look at that. He looks cool. Look at this guy. Oh, it's in the way. My God. You can get like 6 pretty good bundles. No, you can play against people. That's the primary thing with this, is to play with humans. Which we may do, but honestly, we have so many of these packs, I don't know if maybe we'll dedicate some time to just play around to see what that looks like. But that's really not the reason we're here, folks. It's opening things. Am I right? We're like, do we really care about playing the game? No. Just want to collect these cards. Wait a second. Whoa, Hawlucha. Ball Toy. Acerola's Premonition. Sneasel. Mothim. None of those are good. I just wanted to do them in a voice that made them sound like that they were good. I should move these because I think this is what's causing me to come in the way. I'm trying to perfectly position myself so I'm hiding the code that I'm currently entering, and at the same time, not hiding the content. Okay, so we've got 6 RK, so if you're entering this at home, don't. I'm very much the kind of person who like says what I'm typing out loud if I'm typing something like this. Like where it's just like random. What does it say? 7 out of 400. What does that mean? Am I only allowed to open 400 card packs? Only 400? Floatzel. Dusk Noir. Boss's Orders. See, that one we got 125 for because I already have 4. I never remember this evolution line. This evolution line to me is like indecipherable. Wow. Points. Okay. Now, I think the card game itself is fun. I think the main issue for me with it is that it has so much RNG. Like, everything is super random and like, there's so many coin flips and stuff like that. It's like, it can be a real coin toss when you're playing, which can be annoying. Throch. Staravia. Roseanne's backup. That'd be like when she got kicked off the show and they just had the backup characters do the show without her. Clink clang. Clink clang. Do I know who Roseanne is? Other than the real life one? I don't know that I do. Cling clang. So far we've gotten one good card out of all these. That's okay though. Unlike the other Pokemon online game, this does not have a like trading hub. This is more like, say, Hearthstone, where it's just like your trading hub is buying more packs, and then potentially Oh, I typed it wrong. Okay. Potentially, you can also use your dust to create cards specifically that you want. Okay. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay. That's. Okay, I think it's good now. Brill Stars. I'll be getting Arceus at some point. Electabuzz. Purloin. Luxio. Fracture. Lapras. Okay. You know, they were a lot more impressive when that was the highest tier of card you could get. But speaking of Electabuzz and Lapras, I watched a playthrough of Pokemon Snap recently, and I was like, man, I want to go back and play Pokemon Snap. Maybe sometime we could do that. Just taking photos of some Pokemons. It's a good time. Trapinch. Gibble. Ultra Ball. You know I've got Ultra Balls. Hunting Gloves. Raikou V. Check it out. Fleet-footed. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in the active spot, you may draw a card. That's pretty good. Got too excited, I started covering it. Lightning Rondo. Maybe I should, like, make myself a little bit smaller. Without revealing the part where my, yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay. The part where my green screen meets the wall and makes it look bad. Okay. All right, now we've got a, let's see. Okay, and now what do we got? We got a Grimer. We've got a Piplup. We've got a Morgrun. Oh, damn. Full Hollow Vaporeon. And then Flygon. Who cares about that? Let's look at that Vaporeon. Damn. Gary's got this Vaporeon. Gary looks sweaty. I was gonna say hot, but I mean we already know. Man, that looks pretty nice. I like the full art cards. They're always really good. Got to open up some Fusion Strikes. You know what? That's in the other package. Why don't we try some from the other package for right now? We still have this many for that. Might end up hitting the 400. And then we've got an unopened package here that I see some Fusion Strikes. Because you're right, I do want some Gengar. I think I have some in my collection. I wonder if I can see that. Let's see that real quick. Can we look at our collection? I just want to look at my collection.
Hello.
Oh, thank you for following. Blue plus 4. Welcome to the Hell Zone. Okay, you know what? We're gonna do this. We're gonna look for Gengar. Show me the boy. All right. I have one Gengar V. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. Just a little Gengar V. That's all. But I got this Gengar. And this one. I was pretty sure I had the other Gengar. Maybe it was, oh yeah, it was just the Umbreon VMAX. The other Dark VMAX that came out around that time. Still cool though. Alright, Chop. Yeah, I don't care. Oh no, I won't save that beautiful deck I was making. Okay. Got it. Boom. Here it is. We're gonna get that Gengar. The VMAX Gengar. Come on. Vulpix. Mantine. Dracloak. Dreadnought. Gorbis. Okay, next time. We're gonna get it next time. It's me, the lucky Carter here. I hope one of these packs I open are cursed. If I get any, like, coordinates, any geocaches, I'm definitely going to go. Okay. Here we go, another Fusion Strike. Fusion! Oh, that's a good Grubbin, though. Looks made of wool. Grubbin's Woolly World. Linoon? Linoone. Spongy gloves. Wow, I didn't know they had a Nickelodeon crossover. Hello, Hero Knight. What's up? Landorus. Dodrio V! It's not really... No one's excited about Dodrio. I'm sorry, Dodrio. I don't think you're anyone's favorite Pokemon. I'm sorry. Okay. DB. So a lot of these start with like the same. I'm noticing number patterns. Okay. That bird is like an entire flock of birds chirping all at once. It's like I cannot get any sleep. My neighbor has a Dodrio, and oh my god, I hate them so much. Snowball! Pancham! No, 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 no. Simisage is even better. Oh shit. Folks. We did it. Oh my god, that's actually amazing. Look at this. The boy! Gengar VMAX. Shoutouts to DB7, 7MXZ, RN2, P2T for bringing it home. It's not the alt. I'm sorry it's not the alt art, but you can see into his mouth. That's got to be worth something, okay? It's still good. You're still a good boy. I'm gonna pat him with the mouse. You're still good. It's okay. Even if they don't love you. Even if you're not the alternate art, I still love you. Okay. Fine, let's get the alternate art one. Okay. I was not typing that in the whole time. Okay. Okay. Let's go. All right, this time, alternate art. Sleepin' Snorlax. You love to see it. Totodile. Corvus Squire. Another Snubble, but this one has a little bit of a pattern in the background. Cinderace V. Does anyone use Cinderace VMAX? I don't think so, but I would really have to check where the meta's at, but I don't think this is useful. I did pick Cinderace in my Sword and Shield. Mostly because I liked Score Bunny. When I got Cinderace, I was like, you're okay. You're okay. I think if I were to pick based on like the final forms, probably Inteleon, I think. And Inteleon is actually the best card from the Sword and Shield sets. Sobble is still cute. It's true. But, you know, Score Bunny's a cute little bunny. I missed a number. Okay. What do we got? Fusion. Vulpix. Wooloo. Corvus Squire. Snubble again. Looks right. Yeah. I kind of wish we could like enter all the codes in and just open everything in just like one big explosion, but you know, I'm a little bit impatient for that. I might not be able to. It's just right there. I just want to open it. Clamperl. Voltorb. The graffiti Voltorb. Corvus Squire. Dracloak. Another Gengar VMAX. That's enough to use in a deck. I mean, you probably don't want to have 4. I think 4-2 is probably what you're going to do. Would I be able to scan them all in and then mass open? Well, I was saying that I can't really use my camera for these, so I don't know how I would. I tried to do it on my phone, but Apple doesn't allow you to scan them in at all. So I was going to have to manually enter them in on my phone, and then, you know, I don't think there's any way for me to not just type in these numbers. I think it might be different if I had an Android. My partner has an Android, but then I would need to like take their device, download this, scan it all. You know, and they are using their phone right now. Makuhita, Sizzlipede, Cramomatic. I never knew what this did in the game. I don't think I ever used it. Oh, these guys, memorable characters. Cuervo Knight. Okay. That. Okay. And go. Clampearl. Plusle. Corvisquire. Sydney. Blissey. What? Oh, we only actually got 2 of those cards. The rest were all dusted. All right. So I don't know if you remember when you sent these in, Voxel. Was each package like all one thing? Or they just kind of like, boom, here we go. Okay, Shinx. I really do miss a little bit what the oh, when you had the packages and you packaged these up, were they all like one? Were they all like together as like one? This was all like Sword and Shield Fusion Strike, and that one's all like another set? Or are they all just kind of mixed in together? Because right now they seem pretty organized. Indeedee, Victini, Sandslash, Starmie. You ordered them. Oh, that was so nice of you. But about the card presentation here, I feel like the way that they like kind of like present the cards in the other version, when you open up the packs, they kind of like had a little bit of a delay on the final card, where it made it look special because that's the only one that matters in the set. You know, I'm just saying that would be a nice little touch. Just do like a little like, you know, because you open it, got your Berserker, you got your Dubwool, you got your Plusle, and then when you do the final, like, I'm just saying, like, for their animation, they could do a little thing where it's like, not quite like a drum roll, but it's just like, see, because then we all got Volton VMAX. And that's like, whoa. Instead, it's just like, here you go. You got it. Whereas this should be like a lightning striking and a chorus of angels plays in the background to show our Volton to VMAX. I keep switching around. I call him Volton to VMAX. This one was pretty good, I think, in like a Jolteon deck, from what I remember. I don't know if people still use it, but he's a good boy. LYVTDQ. Am I doing this right, by the way, with opening these and just reacting like a normal human would? Would you all like it better if I were to be like incredibly like, oh my god, we got more Pico, oh, bro, more Stomp, bro, Simsteer, bro, Claydol, bro, Aselgor, like for like the whole stream? Would that be good or bad? Bro! Okay. Barracuda. Helioptile. How do you say this one, folks? Helioptile? Hoplopitable. Mag Cargo. Panpour. Here we go. Bro, Arcorio! This is like not a particularly rare card, but I think this one is like a good like one to use in the game. If you do like a Fusion Strike team. Yeah. It's like you would want this guy like on your team and just put him on the bench and keep him there. Maybe. Because the Mew Fusion Strike is like the one that they pushed for this set. XP6. So how many sets have there been? There's the Arceus set. There's the Lugia set that there's now. Was there one in between those two? Fusion. Wooloo. Choodle. Wigglytuff. Plusle. Mew V. Oh, the alt art too. Bro! Bro, the hard alt. That's really good alt art. Look at that. Me with all these stinky Pokemon. All these stinky, goopy guys. Man, that's a nice one. Good pull. Mwah, delicious. Okay. We're almost going to get 10,000 of those Dusties. HLZP. Again, it's me reading the numbers out loud. I don't even think about it. It just happens. I don't know what that is. I don't know like why, like when I'm reading numbers, like my brain will automatically like make them come out of my mouth. Durant, Kevin Durant, Kevin Delcatty, Kevin Trevenant, Kevin Maractus. I believe there could be some guy out there who's named Kevin Maractus. A very Kevin-worthy last name. Kevin Trevenant. Yeah, that would be a name that's like almost too good to exist in real life. Like where the Trevenant family was like, oh, you know, what about Kevin as a name? And they're like, no, the kids will tease him too much. Gossifleur. Slugma balls. Delcatty balls. Toxel balls. Golem balls. You never want golem balls. Is he exploding? I think he's mid-explosion right now. It looks like he is exploding currently. It's like those, the card-ass cards we looked at. Well, if we looked at his power was to deal 10 damage if he dies. So it's very, very dangerous. Watch out. Okay. Goomy. Boonieri. Dracloak. Swaddle. Zeraora. Okay, Zeraora. I don't think I ever That was Sun and Moon, right? It was a Sun and Moon legendary. Was he like one of those special legendaries you couldn't get unless like you like went to like TGS in Japan in 2005 or something? Because I don't remember having him. It's a Pokemon that they only allow people from Game Freak or the Pokemon Company to give to people just to impress neighbors' children. Make them seem cool around town. Eevee. Execute. Pincurchin. Ooh, look at that art on the Celebi. Someone needs to learn how to color in between the lines. Oh, we don't even get to keep it. Yeah, look at that. It's messy. You know, clean that up in Photoshop or something. Messy. Ugh. Do you ever think they like want to do like a special card like that for like Dunsparce, and then the people at the company are just like, no, listen, we can't do this for Dunsparce, okay? Save it for the good Pokemon. Oh, Dunsparce. Oh, nobody loves me. Oh, Chilling Rain. Okay, this is before. This is previous. Quillfish. So I'm going to have more of these. The farther you go back, the more I'll have. Yeah, so these are all getting traded in. Mm-hmm. Not this one, though. That one is, yes. We got one new card. I think it's because it's like the holofoil. They're like, no, it's special. You did a random generator for a Pokemon starter, and Dunsparce was your starter. Oh my god. How did you do it? How did you get through? Okay. Did you get through? I don't even know if Dunsparce learns moves. They're just like, we never thought about it. I forgot to give him moves in the game. Oops. Mr. Voxel got Ghastly. Oh. I think he won. Like, if you got Ghastly, you'd be able to, like, you'd be immune to most... Oh, but then you couldn't use your ghost attacks, like Lick. I'm not sure how that would work, actually. On, like, normal Pokemon. Farfetch'd. Brawly. Traded in. Spiral Energy. Ralts. Banette. So it looks like if you trade everything in the pack, you get like 150 or more if that one also gets traded in. I'm sure we'll get one that's like entirely traded in at some point. Okay, here's Battle Styles. Battle Styles was a set that they did earlier before Fusion Strike and Chilling Rain. And it was actually in collaboration with Ryan Styles. Okay. There we go. Alright, how'd we get a Ryan Styles pack? Come on, give me a holofoil Ryan Styles. Grumpig. Single Strike Mustard. Dollar. Oh. Hey, Mimikyu. Just cute. Just a cute little boy. Look at that little boy. You can see the detail on his little outfit there. Wow. Oh no, I accidentally clicked the camera thing. No, okay, it's fine. Okay. It froze the last time I did that. Okay. And we've got Fusion Strike. Goomy. Graplocked. Primeape. Shroomish. Obstagoon. What a goon. Hey, what a goon, huh? Ah, look at this goon. Gabagoo. Oh, what if they had like a goo type Pokemon called Gabagoo? That would be pretty fun. Look forward to it in Pokemon Violet. Evolving Skies. You know, I forgot about this set. This set was real and did exist, and I do have lots of cards from it. Just didn't remember it. The ugliest evolution. The most beautiful. Right there. Just a land of contrasts. I think we got like 160, so 160 might be the most you get from a pack. I'm not sure. Okay, here we go. Here we go. The Rebel Clash. Oh, this one's older. All right, this is like even before like battle styles. Stunky. Electabuzz. Heliolisk. Galarian Weezing. This one's annoying. TBH, that's an annoying one to deal with. Duraludon. No joke, did you know I learned about Duralumin after I had heard of Duralumon? And so after that I was like, oh, that's what its name means. And I think Duralumin is like just a very durable, like kind of metal alloy. Darkness Ablaze. Clank. Staravia. Big Parasol. I only had 3 of those. Cape of Toughness. I have so many Capes of Toughness. Oh, I guess this is the only hollow one I have. Wigglytuff. Alright. Oh, interesting. I don't know what this one is. I don't know what this is going to be. I'll leave it as a mystery surprise. Corviknight V Battle Deck. Is that a whole deck or a coin? A Ferroseed. Ferrothorn, Galarian Berserker, Galarian Meowth, Klefki, Dialga. Okay, is this going to be a lot of cards? Corviknight V. Alright, let's look at all of them together. Okay, that was his whole ass deck in there. Oh. With Jose Cuervo V. No VMAX. But I guess they're like, oh, we don't want to just give you a competitive deck. We're not just going to sell you an entire deck. You've got to buy the VMAX. Okay, and I think this one might not be a deck, but just a box. Oh, so you have that exact one? That's pretty cool. There was a pretty interesting gameplay mode that they had in the other version, Pokemon Online. That was just, they had like a bunch of theme decks, kind of like that one, but worse. And the game mode was like you could only use that one and battle them against each other. So it's like kind of like an even power level amongst everyone. And I actually found that was like a pretty, well, we'll say fair way to play. I don't know about fun, but it was fair. Got the Cali Rex. Back in the day, now let me tell you kids, back in the day, this card went for a lot of money. Maybe it was the VMAX that went for a lot of money. But hey, you know what? I'll take it. You know? I'll take it. Of course, these don't go for a lot of money now because there is no market to trade them in. These are not, say, fungible in the same way. You know, they're of course tokens you get, but you know you can't fungify them, so they're not fungible. You know. If there was some sort of word for that, I don't really know. Okay, another Brilliant Stars booster pack. Staryu, Milcery, Cleansing Gloves, Chimecho, Empoleon. Nice little holographic. It's fun how they try to like emulate what the holofoil looks like by just having like lines in the background. It's not really the same, but I appreciate it. Okay. Here we go. Sometimes I'm in the way of the card, sometimes I'm halfway off the screen. I move around with my body too much. Okay. The boy, Bidoof. Also Trapinch. Barry, I don't really like Barry. Clang. Muck. Muck is cool. Muck has always been like a design that I've been like, yeah, just a big old glob. A big goopy boy. Yes, thank you. I'll have one. I think I'm getting better at typing these in. We can compare my typing speed on these. Cubchoo. How do I only have 2 of these Staravias? I feel like we've opened 400 of them. Piplup. Garchomp. 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 I really want to be like one of those people who like voices the Pokemon in the anime. That would be super great if we could make that happen. Like, I know some people want, like, you know, like the speaking roles that like are valuable to a voice actor's career or something like that. I just want to be like, cast form. Hey, brother. Empoleon. Zamazenta. Zamazenta. Let's see. This is a different Zamazenta? I think this is a different Zamazenta than the one that was in the Sword and Shield set. Interesting. Seems a little bit better, because the other one is like more like defense focused. Like, whereas like, oh, it only takes damage or doesn't take damage from VMAX Pokemon. So this is a different one. Hello, Jack. What's up? 2VN. Reading it out loud again. Whoops. Okay. How good can I do a Scottish accent? I'd say about as good as like Mike Myers. Ooh, a celebrations pack. I can do one that's about this good. Could probably sound like Shrek. As far as a real one, no, not at all. Lugia. Reshiram. Ooh. That's a fun one. And look at Professor. He's drawing on top of the card. Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Right on top of the page. Professor. I like this one. This is like the, well, it's EX, right? That's like when they had the old... Could probably do an animated version of the Terminator. Is that Scottish, though? That's more like... That's Arnold. That's like... I want to say German, but I think it's more Arnold. I think it's just... He's his own genre. Come with me if you want to live. My voice works for that. Thank you. I'm glad we finally got a talent scout in here. I've made it. Ooh, a chest. What's in this chest? A coin? Mimikyu? It's got like a gold around it. Light Toxtricity. This is a really, really classic kind of card. Hydreigon Sea. Yeah, that's my favorite style. Man, can't believe they moved away from it. I don't think I was playing when they had this style of card. And this just looks nice. Delta species. Well, if any of you are from a talent agency and you just want to, like, get me in there, sure, yeah, I'll take that. Glaceon V. Oh, Glaceon. One of the top of the evolutions. Glaceon V-Star! Wait, what is this? Glaceon V-Star Special Collection. Special. Icicle Shot. During your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage and effects of attacks done to this Pokemon. Special. What a special little Glaceon. Okay. Now we're into, ooh, Chilling Rain. Oh. Grab your booties, everybody, because it's cold out there. It's probably cold out there for a lot of you, actually. For me, it is just cold enough for me to have a sweater. Elmo's the only voice you can do? Well, if you can do it well, that's all you need. Rockruff. Yamask. Welcoming Lantern. Spheal. Scolipede. It's 30 degrees Fahrenheit. That's almost freezing for anyone who doesn't know what Fahrenheit is. All of them were traded away except for me. You got me still. Aren't you happy? You're working on your fake New York accent? Hey, come on, I'm walking here. How about a New York slice? Going to the Sabaros. Getting a New York slice. Hey. I lived in New York City for quite a while. So maybe my accent is already a New York accent. I don't know what accent I would say I have. Indeedee. Adventurer's Discovery. Farewell Bell. Pensage. Bro! You'd say I have a bland accent. Thank you. Damn. Green VMAX. They didn't. I'd say they didn't have to do it to him, but they did. They did actually have to do it to him. Sometimes they come out with cards where they're like, "You're kidding about that, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, we are. Don't worry." A Celebrations booster. What could we have? What could this be? Dialga. Look at that. Pulled a Dialga after all, huh? Reshiram. Zekrom. Flying Pikachu! That was one of the big ones from this set. I think. No, it was VMAX. Flying Pikachu VMAX, I think. I don't care. I love Flying Pikachu. I love Surfing Pikachu. Pokemon Yellow. Such a good, like, basically ROM hack. I feel like it was like a ROM hack of Red and Blue that they, like, published. Alright, good night, Voxel. Thank you for all the cards. Would you like any specific notifications if I draw any notable Gengars? If I get an alt art Gengar, I'll definitely show you that. Xerneas. Cosmog. Groudon. Zacian V. Again, another Zacian V. Let's see. Right, this one's psychic. Yeah, I remember that. So this one, I think people used it in the Shadow Rider deck. I think it was for the Shadow Rider VMAX. I don't know if anyone still uses those. I'm a little bit behind in terms of the meta. If we finish opening all these goddamn card packs, maybe we'll take a look at the meta and where that's at. Tell you about the Gengars and the Mimikyus. You got it. Kyogre. This one, surprisingly, can do a lot of damage. For this, here, let's open all of them and I will explain it. It was like very funny, actually. So this guy's first attack, discard the top 5 cards of your deck, then choose 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. This does 50 damage for each energy card discarded that way. So if you like pumped your deck entirely of like full of energy and just had Kyogre and maybe like 1 or 2 other things, I'm not sure, it would like guarantee that you get like 5 energies and do 250 damage to 2 Pokemon of your choosing. Pretty silly for a basic card. What do I think of Hisuian Arcanine V? You know, I've never gotten that card. What set is that in? Is that in the new set? You have no idea. Do they have one? Is that a card that exists in real life? Because I'm a little bit behind on the new cards. Groudon. Dialga. Ooh, big shiny. We got big shiny, folks. Look at that. That's a big Reshiram. He big. Large. DeAndrew says, you haven't played since 2013 because your laptop broke and you never got a new laptop. Yeah, you could totally do it on phone. I think you could play the old version on phones. Probably. No, it's just iPad, right? Yeah, that's why it sucked. Okay, now I remember. They're like, my phone's big enough, and they're like, no. Silver Tempest expansion. Okay. I didn't open anything from that, so I actually don't know any of the cards that are in there. There might be some of those in here as far as I know, though. We've got a lot. 7. New Lugia is very good, you say? I think they gave me one of those. I'll check in a second. Riolu. Magmar. Probopass. Oh, he's got little babies right there. Torkoal. Magmortar. Let's check out this little boy with this baby. Look at that. Oh, I'm so proud of this wonderful father. You keep being you, Probopass. Okay. If we go to, I think Dex, and then here, if we check out, yeah, we've got several Lugias actually. There's Lugia V. Can we show cards that we don't own? Yeah. It's Lugia V-Star. This is probably the one. Tempest Dive. Discard a stadium. Normal. But during your turn, you may put up to 2 star Pokemon that don't have a rule box from your discard pile onto your bench. Is that the card you were talking about? Or is there a different one? Because there's this one. But you're talking about Arcanine V. Okay, so let's... Arcanine. Here he is. Hisuian Arcanine V. As often as you like during your turn, you may move a fighting energy from one of your other Pokemon to this Pokemon. This attack does 30 more damage for each fighting energy attached to this Pokemon. Yeah, that can do a lot. Theoretically, infinite, right? They've had this ability, like, quite... Like, it's always been quite good. Like, I think there was one that was just on a Switch and you could do this, and I think it was with... It was Volcanion? Maybe it was an older card. Pair that with Arceus V-Star. All right, let's look at that. Arceus. I wish I could do both owned and unowned. Just all the cards, please. Oh, wait, all. Arceus V-Star, all right. Search your deck for up to 3 basic energy cards attached to the Pokemon V in any way you like, then shuffle your deck. During your turn, you may search your deck for up to 2 cards, put them into your hand, shuffle your deck. Well, that's just good as a search, but you can't use more than one, obviously, so you have to pick. But if that's your only one, then you can go for it. Very good for searching if you need something. And then, what was I thinking of? I think they don't have it in this one, but it was one of the old, there was an older Arceus combo with, like, it was like a triple card. It was like Arceus, Dialga, and Lugia together. It was like one of those cards. But I don't think they have it in the game, actually. Because it would show up with Arceus. Let's see. It's like a tag team. Yeah, they don't have any of the tag team Pokemon. But that one was pretty good. Yes, so this is the online one, but this is the new one. This is actually, yeah, get out of here. This is Pokemon Live. Live from New York. It's Pokemon. Yeah, so Jack, the one that I'm talking about, the Arceus team up card, like that also did the same thing where it did like, I think it was like 160 maybe, 190, and it let you put 3 energy on any Pokemon in any way you want. So I think it's kind of like they repurposed that ability and maybe balanced it, hopefully. Okay. Let's see. I don't remember the exact amount of damage because I'm not looking directly at the card right now. But you might be able to look it up yourself. Okay. Cherubi. Axu. Probopass. So touching. The beautiful father. Ooh, look at that full art Octillery. Grand Bull Fantasy. A different gacha game. It's It's my fantasy. Always, love the full art. I don't know why. It's just bigger. It's just bigger. That makes it better. Okay. Got another Brilliant Stars. What do we got? Yeah. It takes water, steel, and 1 energy of any type while dealing 50 less damage compared to the V-Star version. Yeah. So, I guess it's more power creep than balance. Minchino. Golett. Collapsed. Oh, you gotta fix that stadium. Tropius. Alcremie. Who is that? Who is this man? Oh, is he the Battle Cafe guy? I think he might be the Battle Cafe. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. A lot of NPCs from Sword and Shield look exactly the same. Okay. I'm really hoping in Pokemon Violet that the NPCs do not all look the same. I mean, like the regular ones. Always the named characters all look different, but just like when you walk around town, you're like, I'm pretty sure I've seen this, like, one guy everywhere. Pangoro. Dreepy. Obstagoon. Wow, we actually have 4 of those. When you start getting 4 of the, like, holographic rares, that's when you know you've opened too many packs. That's right, Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy. I mean, it was funny with them, though. That's the thing. With them, it was funny that, like, they made a point of it. But if it's just everybody in the world, then you start to ask, are they clones? Simisear? Carvanha? Oh, damn! Oh, dip! Got a nice, shiny Intellion VMAX. So, this one, I don't think this one actually saw that much play, from what I remember, but I think it was okay. It looks cool. Definitely looks cool, that's for sure. I never used it. Back in the day, last year. Pikachu V-Box. Wait, why did we get a Mimikyu in a Pikachu V-Box? Sounds like it's a fake to me. There he is. Pikachu V. Wow. Well, to be fair, it literally was a Pikachu V-Box. Just came with that. You have a secret rare Arceus V-Star. Oh my god, I hope we get one. Secret rare. I don't think we've gotten any secret rares. Vivid Voltage. Ooh, that one is old. That one is a lot. That's a pretty old one. Ferroseed. Choodle. Moo Cheese. Loud Red. Hey. Were you expecting a rare card? Sorry, just me, Quagsire. Chilling Rain. Alright, hopefully we'll get a Calyrex. VMAX Calyrex. Mareep. Slowpoke. Peonia. Ampharos. Walrein. Walrein, you're not a VMAX Pokemon. What are you doing here? You know what he's doing here. Battle styles. Battle styles was like the height of the, like, you couldn't buy Pokemon cards from Target days. From the lockdown. This is when everyone was like, alright, I've decided to spend all my free time trying to get Pokemon cards from Target. People who buy cards in real life, has that calmed down? Can you pretty much get cards wherever you want now? Because it was real bad for a while. Celebrations. I remember Celebrations. People were like, I cannot get any Celebrations cards. People came with their carts, put the entire display into their cart. With the cardboard cutouts and all. Zekrom. Yveltal. Xerneas. And another Zacian V. Let's look at this. Look at that. That's a classic. That's a classic looking Xerneas right there. Just shooting out of the card. Right into your face. 3D. The 3D revolution is here again. We've got another Celebrations. Celebrations is very good for like nostalgia factor. And that's about it, but come on. That's like at least 20% of why anyone is looking at a Pokemon card, right? At least like 20%. Cosmoem. Yveltal, Donphan, Solgaleo. I want to see one with the e-readers on the side. Did they have any with like an e-reader code on the side? I hope so. Pokebody. Aw, so cute. The best place to get them is from the Pokemon Center. Like a dedicated Pokemon Center. You got one of those? All we got is a Target. I guess if you live near a Pokemon Center, that would be pretty great, but I don't even know where they have those. I think there's one in Japan, one in New York City, and I don't know where else. Have they franchised? 2 Zekroms in a row. Another Solgaleo. Die. Oh, the online shop. Oh, smart. Smart. Although I would think that like that would be like a scalper's first stop. You know what I mean? Because my experience buying things online has not been very good in the past like 5 years. It's always like anything you want to buy is like sold out in 1 second, regardless of what it is. It's like, this was just a toaster. But be like, no, I need the toaster. I need 10 toasters. Gotta have toasters. Groudon. Zekrom. More Solgaleo. Okay. Well, at least we're getting dust. Getting dusted. It's hard to scalp pre-orders, and they have bot protection. That's good. That's really good. I'm glad they do. You know who could learn a little bit from that? Ticketmaster. Because Ticketmaster scalps their own stuff. They're like, I don't know. There's just no tickets left. Another Zekrom. Look at that. We got Lugia. The Lugia everyone wants. He's here, folks. Oh, damn, the best one. Got that classic Blastoise. Yeah, get out of here, Lunala. Look at that one. One of my favorites from the first set. Beautiful. Mwah. Yeah, graphics card. Terrible. Terrible shortage that they had. I don't know if any of you remember the toilet paper shortage. The hand sanitizer shortage. Be like, damn, there's a new toilet paper drop. Charmin's about to drop a new shipment. Everybody get on that. Man, you remember that Blastoise? Ugh, I can still remember that Blastoise. Feels like I pulled it just yesterday. Shining Magikarp. That's another really good one. Yeah, Professor. I mean, in reality, Professor's Research is probably the one card from this set that you're actually going to be able to use. Like, say, if you were to put it in a deck, because you could use it. But Shining Magikarp, though. Look at this beautiful boy. Why did everybody get toilet paper? So, it was a panic thing. At the beginning of COVID, when everyone was like locked down, they were like, oh, we're not going to be able to get toilet paper. We better stock up. And then other people thought that. And if everyone bought toilet paper normally, it would have been fine. But because so many people were like, oh, we might not be able to get toilet paper. We gotta get more toilet paper. That caused a shortage because everyone was doing that. Just one of those dumb things that happens. Day Flash. Purloin. Claydol. Carablast. Electivire. This evolution of Electabuzz, I've never thought it looks good, you know? Electabuzz looks awesome. He's got like a little lightning bolt on his belly. He's cute. He's cool. And Electivire is like, I don't know. I think they could have done a better job with the Pokemon stuff. This card is fine. Same thing with Magmortar, frankly. Really, a lot of the Diamond and Pearl evolutions that they came up with were... a lot of them were misses for me. Celebrations Special Collection Pikachu V Union. Oh. Oh, this one might be cool. Yeah. The V-Unions. The V-Unions. I think they made 2 of these and never made any more. And Professor Burnett. Look at this. This was like the Exodia, where it's like you discard 4 of these. All 4 pieces. This derpy looking one. And then they combine into a super card. And you can use like any of the 4 attacks that it has. I wish they put like surprised Pikachu on this. Like just one of the Pikachus, that like bad looking surprised one. Like, because this one's almost that. I mean, just one of them. Just one of them should be surprised Pikachu. Oh, damn. Pneumonia and COVID. It's a bad combo. Well, you didn't have them at the same time, which is good. But I've thankfully, knock on my desk, not had COVID ever. I've been pretty lucky. And safe. And safe. All right, a 3-pack blister. All right, let's get that 3-pack blister. The Blastoise blue coin. What? Wait, is that it? What about my 3-pack? What about the 3 packs of cards? Maybe they're in here. It's just kind of a bummer. I got all hyped up for 3 packs of cards, and they were like, best I can do is a coin. Okay. That one I didn't know if I typed in right, but I did. Okay. Brilliant Stars. Throh. Baltoy. Monferno. Trapinch. Haxorus. Yeah, a lot of people say with COVID they get like a foggy brain. That's how they usually describe it, which seems really terrible to deal with. I gotta tell you, my brain feels foggy enough on a daily basis. I don't need extra fog. All right. Brilliant Stars. Clefairy. Minchino. Roseanne's Backup. Wormadam. And Alcremie. Okay. As far as like the realistic arts go, like I've seen some better looking ones, but it's not bad. Okay. I'm a big fan of those like realistic looking ones that they come up with. Like if they do like a claymation kind of thing. Or clay art, because I guess it's not animated. Those are always some of my favorite looks. Okay. More Brilliant Stars. We haven't gotten any Arceuses. Arceii. Arcerii. Maybe this is the one. Maybe we'll get it. Ooh, full art. No, Wormadam. Didn't we just get a different Wormadam? I like this though. Look at that. Chilling in the back there. Nice. You felt like you were like tipsy, like drunk, but I bet not like the good kind. Not like where you're feeling like good tipsy. Another brilliant star. Let's see. All right, Cherubi. Come on, Turtwig. Executor. Another one of those good Orangurus. All right, is it going to be Arceus? Is it? No, it's Kingler. Well, better than Krabby. Is there a Kingler VMAX? V-Star? I don't know. I don't know the set. All I know is Oranguru chillin'. Executor also chillin'. Good colored pencil. Was that colored pencil? I didn't really see. Okay, I wasn't sure. They should put the, like when you go to an art gallery and they put like the materials they used to make it. Executor 2022 charcoal. Okay, should know better than to try to crack wise while trying to type in a code. Farfetch'd, Baltoy, Marnie's Pride. Is she prideful? Flagon, Motham. I don't know if I would call Marnie a prideful person. It's not really the vibe I get from Marnie. Like, definitely other people, like, put her up on a pedestal and they're like, Marnie, Marnie, you're great. But she's just kind of like, I'm just kind of doing my thing. All right. Another brilliant star. Staryu. Brilliant Staryu. Brilliant Throw. Brilliant Torkoal. Brilliant Moltres. And bum. Fuck you. Little Star Raptor. I think they should make all the rares V Pokemon, right? They don't have to make them good. Just make them look as rare as all the other ones, you know? I just think it's very disappointing to open up a pack and just be like, what'd you get? What'd you get? Nothing. It looks like they forgot to put in the good card. Like, which one's the rare in this? Starly, Riolu, Hunting Gloves, Floatzel, Torterra. You know, it's like, hey. It would make V Pokemon seem more pointless in terms of value if they did that. I mean, they are kind of pointless in value on their own a lot of the time. There are some V Pokemon that are okay on their own, but mainly you're turning them into V Stars or V Max or Viva Pinatas. Because they already make plenty of V Pokemon that are like just, you don't use them at all. Nose Pass, Farfetch'd, Ultra Ball, Breloom, Morpeko V. Here's a perfect example. It feels cool, I think, that it's like, oh, you get like Morpeko V, even though it's like, are you going to use Morpeko V? Probably not. Okay. This is our last one from this pile. From this pile, this is the last one. Sneasel. Vibrava. Luxio. Dedenne. Full Art Barry! Everyone's favorite character. Barry's going to tell you how much money you owe him. Tell you that you're late. And he's going to let you draw 3 cards. Folks, you've heard of Pot of Greed. Well, this one's better than that. Pot of Greed only lets you draw 2 cards. Barry says 3. Count them. 3 cards. Okay. Folks, we've gone through this many. Now we have this many. No one remembers what Pot of Greed does. Isn't it you draw 2 cards? I mean, that's what I've heard. Pot of Greed allows you to draw 2 cards. Oh, damn. Oh, this one's going to be good, folks. Wait till we open this one. I hope you're excited. It's a blast from the past for me. Well, not that far in the past, but still. Jack the Grim, thank you for following. Welcome to the Hell Zone. Detective Pikachu, folks. There he is, Ryan Reynolds. How you doing? Is that just the one? Okay. Hey, it's me, Ryan Reynolds, from Detective Pikachu. Hi. Okay. I wonder if it's like each pack is like you get a random thing from that. Because I definitely got like a Charmander when I went to see the movie, I think. Oh yeah, Elite Trainer Box Mew. Oh, is it just a box? Just a box. Just a box. All right. An Elite Trainer box. All these boxes are moot because we have the Bidoof Day box. And there's nothing else I would use. I mean, I appreciate it. I'm not going to say I don't. I like to have things. And Greninja. Is that like a shiny Greninja? I think it is. Ooh, shiny. I wouldn't use a Golden Arceus box? No, I have Bidoof Day box. Look at this. Look at this box and tell me there's a better box. Hold on. Nothing better than that. And they gave that out for free. I was like, why would you give out the best box for free? You could have made so much money. I would have paid upwards of 150 gold coins for that. Back to school blister. Oh, I hate getting a back to school blister. You're writing with your pencil a lot more. You just get that back to school blister. Ah, damn. Snorlax says, it's time for a nap. I'm not going back to school. Applin. Give your teacher a nice Applin. Give your teacher a nice Morpeko. I've never given a teacher an apple. Like, never in my life. I don't know anyone who has. I don't know if a teacher would ever accept an apple from a student. It'd be like, did you pee on this? Did you piss on this apple, Joey? Joey? Okay, you did. All right, yes. That's what I thought, Joey. Detention. Always trying to get him with the piss apple. Pikachu V Union. Wait, is this another one? Another Pikachu V Union. Oh wait, we're getting 250 for these. Look at that. We got 1,000 coin dust with the, it looks like to be a butthole symbol on them. Anus tokens. All right, I believe this is it for the oldest possible set you can use in standard right now. Silly Cobra, Clobopus, Palpad, Rotom Bike. Oh, it's because it's shiny. I was like, how do I not have that? Dreadnought. All right, and then next. Okay. Sword and Shield booster. Ghastly. Rhyhorn. Citrus Berry. Blipbug. Drampa. Drampa's like, they were like, okay, it's like a dragon, but also your grandpa. Drampa. All right. Bomb. 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 And another Sword and Shield. Pincurchin. Goldeen. Stunfisk. Boltund. The exact same card. You could still get a Zacian from this. Zacian V. So it's not completely, like, devoid of any possible value. That being said, there isn't a lot else you can get. That also being said, I'm not sure how good Zacian is still. Don't ask me, I don't know. Sinistea. Hop. Hop says you can draw 3 cards as well. Cloyster. Big Charm. You know, Big Charm. It's not that big, is it? I guess it's pretty big. I'm just saying, 30 HP doesn't seem like that much. All the rival friends cards from all time have only been draw threes. But I think... I'm not sure what the rules are in using them interchangeably, because also no one uses them. Because in general, like, just drawing 3 in Pokemon is like kind of a waste of a trainer card. Cufant. Skarmory. Nurturing. Staravia. No. Get out of my face. You. With your corn belly. Get out of here. 100% least favorite Pokemon. I do not like to look at that man. Cursed. A cursed bunny rabbit. Darkness ablaze. Yeah, the Eternatus. Eternatus? Your mileage may vary. They didn't voice Pokemon Sword and Shield, so who knows? Bird Keeper. Surfetched. Oh, we didn't get it anyway, so we get it anyway. Alright, but we have another chance. Another Darkness Ablaze right here. The Eternatus decks were pretty silly because, like, they extended your bench so you could have, like, I don't know, what was it, like 8, 9 cards on there? So people just, like, pump their bench full of, like, random Pokemon. And it was pretty silly. Darkness Ablaze. Spinnerack. Fletchling. Billowing Smoke. Pansear. Golisopod. This one tried to be useful. Right? This one came out, people were like, maybe. Like, maybe it could be pretty good. Like, look, it could do so much damage. It could do so much damage. But, reality, not really. I think the T-Break, whatever that was called, that deck of like non-V GX Pokemon was more effective. Okay. Another darkness. Imprisoning me in all that I see. Wishy-washy. Larvesta. Shiinotic. Heatran. Houndoom V. A very pretty one, though. Very pretty card. Not so much the art. More the holo. You know, I like the rainbow. And that's about all I like about it. Okay. Somehow, despite having like the format of like rotating cards, Pokemon still has so much like power creep. Where these old decks are like really hard to find any good cards. Which usually that wouldn't be the case if you're like rotating cards out so often. But, you know, hey. I don't make the game, do I? Didn't. Bunnelby. Escavalier. Okay. Now onto some battle styles. Yeah, HP power creep, for sure. Like, kind of what a perfect example. Like, Zacian V used to be able to one-shot all Pokemon, no question. Now, it's like, nope. Which is kind of like why I feel like that deck is like not as good, because it kind of like really was focused around Zacian being able to one-shot anything it wanted to. All right. Battle styles. Got the Urshifus in here. Which, again, single strike Urshifu should be able to kill anything in a single strike. It should be the one punch man. The fact that it kind of isn't, wild. Okay. Here we go. Battle styles. Electabuzz. Remoraid. Bruxish. Am I going to get the Crown Zenith Lucario Trainer Box? Probably not. I don't think... Like, I don't buy any paper Pokemon cards. These codes were all sent in by our wonderful viewer Voxel. As far as the, like, if I'm going to get it in here, like I said, I already have the Bidoof, so I'm not going to get it just for the box. As far as getting the cards, I mean, if they're good cards. Generally, like, I won't try to collect everything because I don't got a lot of money as a human. But I will try to make, like, a deck that I could play with. Spoink. Grumpig. Spupa. Chirum. Oh, secret rare. Got a secret rare, folks. Yeah. So the stuff where you get, like, stuff in real life, like, I can't even do, like, one deck in real life. So I don't really even try with, like, paper pokies. Look at that. Cheryl's on an acid trip. I don't know if anyone uses this card. I sure don't. But hey, secret rare. Shh, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody about it, okay? Secrets between you and me, all right? Yeah, I think if you're playing with, like, friends, the best way to do it is to get some of the pre-built decks and then play them against each other. Like, because then they're generally, at least if they're not, like, super competitive, they're at least around the same power level. And I think that's a pretty fun way to play Pokemon in real life. And relatively cheap because you can just buy, like, the decks. That being said, they don't have that mode here. You just gotta go be a meta slave. Which, to be fair, I am. They do have casual, but is casual ever casual, though? Casual is always like, oh, we'll match up people who are actually playing for real with people who aren't playing. And then that's the mode. And we just don't record the result. Dublade, Seadra, Stonejourner. Yeah, I've got a lot of these cards too. Vivid Voltage is next. I don't know if I have a ton of Vivid Voltage cards because I don't think they had a lot that I was looking for in that series. Like that was about like, I think it was like Pikachu VMAX or something, right? Yeah, Big Pikachu. And Big Pikachu was not like competitive, so I didn't get a lot of these packs on the online version. Go. As you can see, I still have all the common stuff. Lugia. Orbeetle. Orbeetle. I remember I had Orbeetle in Sword and Shield. It was a bit of a letdown. You know, he didn't take me as far as I wanted him to. For Psychic Pokemon in that, I kind of leaned more towards, like, Hatterene, I think. You got 3 free Silverwind packs because of the newsletter. Ooh, I'm not subscribed to that. I don't think I got that. Chimchio. Woobat. Sableye. Ooh, Splashy Zacian. Look at that, another one of these messy cards. Be more careful when you make the art. Making a mess all over the card. Tisk. NDV. Oh, there again. See there? I just go automatically just saying the numbers out loud. Imagine me like imagine me like typing in my credit card information on the stream and I'm just like, NGV. Could I explain how all this works? You're new to Pokemon. Yes, so when you buy a Pokemon pack in real life, they give you a card. And if you use that card, you can either scan it in. Here's one I already did. You can scan it in. Ooh. That's just going to be overexposed. Yeah, so you can scan it in with the QR code, or you can type in the code. And online in the app, it'll give you a pack. Not the same pack of the same cards, but the same set. And you can, you know, draw some cards here. Like we've got Snover, Delibird, Kakuna, Flannery, and Gardevoir. And so I did not buy these. Voxel sent them in, and because like she plays or collects Pokemon cards, but doesn't play the online game. But I do. So she sent them in so we could all open them together and have a fun time looking at cards. There's Flannery. In TCG Live, you can play to get the cards you want via game currency. Yes, yeah. Also, you can do that. Like, they have ways to earn the cards. So you don't just have to buy them. Though I'm sure they would like that. They did not have that feature where you could like just create the cards you wanted in the previous one in Pokemon Online. And this is a new app that they launched. Oh, okay, yeah. typed the wrong number. The Chilling Rain. Okay, here we go. Let's chill. Larvesta, chilling with Shuppet, chilling with Brawly, chilling with Walrein, and chilling with Frostlass. Yeah, the terms, in terms of like actually how you play the game, that's like a whole other can of worms, right? As you can see, it's been 2.5 hours and we haven't even gotten to that part yet. All right, another Chilling Rain. Cast form. See, this is a good one. I like this kind of realistic one. Cast form. That's another one. That's like a, you know, Yoshi's Woolly World. Scroll of Piercing. Clobopus. Wheezing. Let's take a look at that guy. See, I like it when it looks like it's like really like way different, like where you're like, man, that looks like it's really sitting there, which I think it might be. I think this might be a photograph, because those are always the best ones. This one looks nice because it has like the felt background. Like, I think that's pretty cute. Like, this looks like it's like they literally made this in real life, which I like. Those are always the best kind. You're gonna grab some cards. Is it a time when you could like go grab a card? I don't know where you're living, that it's like a store is open. I mean, plenty of places in the world for sure, but not here for sure. Chilling Rain. Okay. Weedle. Weedle. Yamask. Thwacky. Slurpuff. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if anyone here, I don't know how the friend system works in this game because literally I just downloaded it before the stream. But if you want to friend me, and you can tell me how to do that, we can make that happen. Another VMAX. All right, I think this one was okay. I'm going to have to look at it closer up. Let's see. Tornadus VMAX. Yeah, okay, because of the second one. If the stadium is in play, this attack does 120 more damage, then discard that stadium. This one saw a bit of play because of that ability, where you could do 240 damage and then discard a stadium. The thing is, 240 damage is not like enough. Or maybe it was the V version, I don't remember. Either way. I don't think it was that good, but it did see some play. All right. And now, the Chilling Rain. Bound Sweet. Bound Sweet. Bound Sweet. Bound Sweet. And Galarian Zapdos V. Oh, I already have 4 of those? Oh my god. I didn't realize. I must have had them from, like, the other version. Because we didn't pull 4 of these today. This is the first one we pulled today. Yeah, this one is good if, like, they're using a lot of, like, Pokemon V special energies, obviously. Because then you could do the 170 move for 1 fighting energy. You got a Giratina V-Star. Ooh. Exciting. We're gonna have to, like, look up some of these that we don't get, because I have a feeling we are not opening a lot of the most recent cards. These were sent to me before that set even came out. So I don't think we're gonna be opening any. PGH. Okay, that's the one that's missing. There it is. Okay. Chilling Rain, 11 out of 400. I don't know what the 400 thing is. Do they not let you open packs after you've opened 400? What if you were missing some? What if I want to open 401 packs, huh? Huh? Bursting needles. Or maybe it's like, is it like a pity system where, like, they'll give you every card in the set? If you open 400, they're like, listen, at this point, you've earned it. That seems a little bit, I was going to say too generous, but I mean, you did get 400 packs. Galarian Farfetch'd. Galarian Chestplate. Slap this on your Pokemon. Fog Crystal. Galarian Surfetch'd. Tornadus V. Okay, well now we can... Okay, yeah, it was definitely the VMAX that was played, not this. Absolutely not this. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Evolving Skies. Gosh, who is from this? Obviously Rayquaza. Copycat. Zinnia. Lucky Ice Pop. There he is. Rayquaza VMAX. There's the boy. Hey, you know, sometimes you just pull it in one. Don't even need any of these other Evolving Skies packs. Nailed it. Rayquaza's pretty cool. And now we'll pull another one. Then we'll get 2. We can use all of them. Swablu. Swablu again. Gordy. Gordy LaForge. Flapple. Whoa. Damn. Are you telling me we got 2 hashtag epic Pokemon in a row? Boom, look at that. This is the alt art Umbreon VMAX. I used a little bit of the Umbreon VMAX in a single strike deck, I think. So, yeah. And mainly it was like, you'd use it for Dark Signal, and that's it. where it's just like, hey, you know, just give a little switcheroo. It's like, what is it? Boss's orders, right? Free boss's orders. Yeah, I did put a VMAX in play just to do its Pokemon. That's the game. Just hey, I just wanted an extra trainer card. That's all I wanted. All right. Maybe we'll get a third VMAX Pokemon. Cutiefly, Mareep, Boldore, Shelgone. Hey, it's not a VMAX, but it is a secret rare. Aroma Lady. She's stinky. There we go. Draw 2 cards. If you do, your active Pokemon recovers from all special conditions. I don't think anyone would ever use this, but secret rare. Okay. And now, a 4th super rare card. We're going to get it. 4 in a row. Where is it? There it is, Altaria. Okay, you know, sometimes you don't get it. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't get it. But, you know, I think if Altaria wasn't like a second stage evolution, that ability would be okay. Absolutely nothing is going to beat the Inteleon, though. Like, unless that's banned, I would believe that's still in every single deck. All right, Scraggy, Chinchou, Gordy, Bergmite. Whoa, damn. Glacian VMAX. Hell yeah. No, we're getting lucky. Getting lucky. Bro! Alright, we got prevent all damage to this Pokemon by attacks from your Pokemon's VMAX Pokemon. So that doesn't include V-Star, right? Because this is VMAX specifically. Because that makes it significantly worse. Because, I mean, Glacian VMAX was fine when there were only V and VMAX. Okay. Did I just type this one in? I don't remember if I typed in the card that I'm holding or not. I think I did. All right, and yes, I just typed that in. Okay. I do that sometimes. Do you do that sometimes? Here we go. Oh, Celebrations booster. Palkia, Xerneas, Ho-Ho. I swear, we've gotten, like, literally so many of these Solgaleos. Just dusted it. Dusted. Alright, another Celebrations pack. I think Voxel got a lot of Celebrations packs. Because she likes to celebrate. And who does not like to celebrate? Am I right, everybody? Palkia. Yveltal. Xerneas. Oh, Solgaleo. Solgaleo, thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. Glad to see you. It's real feast or famine out here. It's like we did like this many without getting any VMAX cards, and then we got almost four in a row. And then Solgaleo's back. No, the professor. The nutty professor. Okay, and now Cosmoem. Cosmoem again. Cosmoem a third time. And Solgaleo. That was probably the worst pack you could ever get. Imagine opening this in real life. Like, you got this from your mom, or you are a mom who got this for your child. You hand them the pack. You take the pack, you open it up. You see 3 Cosmoems and a Solgaleo, and you throw the cards on the ground and start crying. And then you feel bad. Mom feels bad. Everybody feels bad. All right. This one will be better, though. It would be statistically unlikely for it to be as bad as that one. Reshiram. Dialga. Xerneas. Look at that. Zacian V. A different card that we didn't have. Although, I mean, we get a lot of dust, is the thing. We do get a lot of dust for these. So perhaps I'm celebrating the dust. And then watch. We're going to like later we'll figure out how much dust it takes to make a card. And we'll be like, wow, I almost have enough for one. All right. What do we got? Groudon. Palkia. Rocket Zapdos. The Rocket set. Oh my god. And our 4th Zacian V. Welcome. The Rocket Zapdos. That was like, I want to say the 3rd or 4th expansion that they did. Classic. Like, of all time. I love seeing all the evil Pokemon. I have, down there, some rocket cards. All right. I typed that wrong. Okay. Wait, did I though? I don't think I did type this wrong. Okay. All right. Okay, I guess that one just doesn't work. Okay, this one will work. I just got a dud. With our Yveltal. With our Reshiram. With our Xerneas. And Lunalala. I know it's Lunala, but I like saying Lunalala. But that's not their name. I know it's not. But it isn't their name. I know. Okay, I know. All right. Celebration. Lugia. This is a hip-hop Lugia right here. He is saying, word up. Sorry, I'm blocking it with my head. Hip-hop Lugia. Cosmoem. Yes. I want to be able to write on this. We got Birthday Pikachu. Could I just like write Dan's Pikachu? My Pikachu. If it's not your birthday, this attack does 30 damage. If it is your birthday, flip a coin. So this card is only meta if you lie. This card is a card for liars. Show me your ID. Prove it's your birthday. Or never show up at this Toys R Us ever again. Okay. If we get 2, then we can have 2 birthdays. I think that was this one. Yeah. Mew. That people use that one. I think people use this card. So, valuable. All right, we got another celebrations here. Like I said, Voxel likes to celebrate, you know? There's a lot to celebrate. Sometimes you celebrate good times. Come on. All right, train on. Xerneas, Groudon, Cosmomem, and our 4th Professor's Research. We could replace, you know, that could just be our Professor's Research skin now in any deck, you know. It's got enough. Let's take a look at which professors here we go. professors. No, not the Pokemon. I want trainer. Can we look at trainer? No. Why is it hard to look at cards in this? Show me trainer cards. Here. Just put it, go in there. Just go in there. Go in the deck. Okay. Oh, you have to click on this. All right, this is how you do it. Okay. All right. 17. Okay. So it shows you all the different kinds of professor's research you could have. There's this one. There's this one. They all do the same thing. That's why they're interchangeable. This one. That one. This one. Ooh, this one's good. The full art ones. I actually have that one. That would be great if we had that. I'm not so into. Oh, you know what? I'm being dumb right now. My head is covering this. Hold on. Let me move. I have to show you all the good professor's researches. We'll start with the full arts. All right. Right there. That one's good. This one, ideal. This one, I'm not a big fan of the Pokemon Go professor. This one, absolute top tier. And you've got secret rare. You know, I prefer the regular art sometimes. Like, you know, I like colors. I still don't like this guy very much. This guy is like popped up in too many mobile ads for me. But, you know, we've got this one, so you can always add these in. I don't know how, but plus. There. Beautiful. Okay. I'm going to rate this UI as not very good out of 10. Not very good out of 10 for that. But that's okay. There's me. All right. Now, folks, it's time to celebrate. And I hope you all have something to celebrate out there. And even if you don't, I know something you can celebrate. And that is Solgaleo. Maybe a little Groudon. Maybe a little Reshiram. Oh, you could celebrate a Dark Gyarados. I'd celebrate a Dark Gyarados. Surfing Pikachu VMAX. Now there's something to celebrate. Look at this big boy. Look at this big surfer. Look at his tiny surfboard he has. Look at that. Look at that man. He's surfing. How is he surfing? It defies the laws of physics. There he is. He's a max surfer. You can tell. You can tell he is. Dark Gyarados. That just looks good. Okay. I might be typing in the same one I just did. I apologize if I am. I need to get better at this. My strategy. No, my strategy. It's bad. Okay. This one is definitely new. Boom. Okay. Here we go. It's the Celebrations pack. Getting close to the 400. Ho-Ho. Lugia. Hip-Hop Lugia. Hip-Hop Ho-Ho. A second Surfing Pikachu VMAX. That's right. It's a second Surfing Pikachu VMAX. I don't know if we have Surfing Pikachu V, but... I mean, in this economy, who needs one, right? I do. Me. That's who. Okay. Dialga. Cosmog. Xerneas, and Surfing Pikachu. Called it. Called it. He's surfing. He's flying. Pikachu. He gets around. 9 PP is how this starts. PP. Okay. Celebration. Ooh, a Zamazenta V. We don't have that one. We might have, like, close to all the cards in this collection. Alright, all of your fighting Pokemon take 20 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon VMAX. That's very specific. That's very specific and not very powerful. Thank you, Zamazenta V, for being everything you could never want. All right. Fusion Strike. Oh my god, it's a non-celebration thing. That's something to celebrate right there. Fusion Strike. Totodile. Smeargle. Phalanx. Galarian Obstagoon. And, for the first time ever, folks, it's Goodra. Okay. Another Fusion Strike. Okay. Submit that. Just kidding. Did I type it wrong? This might be the one that we just did. Okay. I'm going to say that that's the one we just did because I typed it right. Okay, and now I'm taking the card and putting it over here. Fusion. Trubbish. It really is Trubbish. Trevenant. Heatmore. Qfant. And the rare is... Oh, it actually was good this time. It's Secret Rare View VMAX. Look at this secret Mew. Shh. Don't tell anyone we got this. Shh. You're not supposed to know it exists. Mew VMAX. That's a pretty good one to have. Choose one of your benched Pokemon's Fusion Strike Pokemon's attacks and use it as this attack. That's very good because you can just basically copy any other Fusion Strike Pokemon. Did they continue to make Fusion Strike Pokemon after this set? Well, who can say? Not me. It reminds me of the Mewtwo. There's like a Mew and Mewtwo tag team card, I think, that had that ability as well. That was like you could use any tag team card that was not just on your bench, but also in your graveyard. That was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool one. The nice thing for that was that they continued to make tag team cards after that set, so it remained useful. Okay, there it is. Lagged for a second. All right. Secret Rare. Jinx. Don't like it. Delcatty. Togedemaru. Galarian Linoon. And now, Secret Rare. Not Secret Rare. Breloom. Breloom. Hey, it's Breloom. I don't know why, but Breloom always makes me think about Lombre. You know? Breloom, Lombre. Maybe there's something there. Okay, now, did I follow my strategy of putting the card to the side after I entered it? We shall see. I did. Here, I'm going to give myself a good boy pat. Okay. Fusion Strike. More Pico. Ooh, Arrokuda. Charge a Bug. And the Secret Rare. Grand Bull Fantasy. Damn. You know, you can't do it with every pack. You can't just constantly just be like, and this one's rare, and this one's rare, and then because then it doesn't mean anything when you nail it, you know? So we're going to say, listen, I know we've been opening so many rares, so many secret rares, really good cards. This one's just going to be normal, folks, okay? We're going to open this one up, and it's going to be like your typical, like, maybe even another Grand Bull, you know? It's not going to be something super special. It's just going to be like whatever, okay? For this one, right? Don't be excited. Do not. See, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? Exactly. There you go. It's just Latios. It's just Latios. You know, it's not even Latias, right? Hello, Mexaf. What's going on? Okay. This is our stack. Look at that. It's getting pretty thin. We might just finish before 4 hours have elapsed. All right. What do we got? Why? It's a fusion strike. Fusion strike. Corsola. Of Corsola. Rotom. Garbodor. Heatmore. Okay. Now I'm feeling it. I'm reading the ley lines in the room. And we're going to say this one is going to be garbage. Nailed it. It's garbage. Now, you might say, Dan, it's not very impressive for you to predict that the cards are going to be garbage when it's very, very likely that they are going to be garbage. And I say, listen, that's the art of psychic predictions, is that you just say something that's extremely likely, and if you get it right, then you get it right. Okay. I'm going to put the card over there. Fusion Strike. Impadimp. Plusle. Galarian Darmanitan. Staryu. And, okay, alright, this one. This one, all right, this one will be a V card. Not a V star, not a V max, a V. I should have said it would, I should have said could be V max. This is why you can't be too specific when you're being a psychic and predicting things. See, I see the letter V. I'm seeing the letter V in this somewhere. Secret Rare Greedent VMAX. Something no one ever asked for, but yet they did print it. Look at this rainbow boy, though. He is happy, and I'm happy for him. I hope he has a nice time in the box, in the shoe box that I'm going to put him in. Have any of you ever had like a shoebox full of cards? Were you ever that kind of person? Not the good ones, obviously. Like if you put the good cards in a shoebox, you crazy. But definitely for commons. For me, I had a shoebox full of commons because what was I gonna do with them? Bumblebee. Geodude. Zoroark, Grimmsnarl, and Deoxys. Ooh, look at that. It's got all three. Look at that guy. Deoxys is not just Fusion Strike, not just Single Strike, not just Rapid Strike. All three. Okay. And I may be typing the same one again. Shh, shh, shh. It's fine. It's shh. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I did. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'll do better. I'm sorry. Submit, placing it away, placing it somewhere else. Okay, here we go. Sizzlipede, Trevenant, Mandibuzz, Simipour, and another Deoxys. Another one. Another one. Another one. Okay. Now, this card, this rare card, this one is going to be... Oh, that's a cute grubbin. Okay, it's going to be... All right, vague, right. Okay, remember, I'm not actually psychic. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing fire. I'm seeing flames. There are flames appearing. Yes, I'm getting strong flame feelings. And you see the flames of desire in Clay Doll's eyes. See, therefore I'm correct. Okay. I would much rather type the same code over again than accidentally skip over a card. You know? Because you are never going to be able to get back to that card. You will never have any idea which one it was. Because then you run the risk of potentially entering in every card code again. To be like, which one was it that I missed? Putting it over here. Okay. Got 31. It's pretty good. Okay, let's go. Trubbish. Dark Portents. Alright, Shroomish. Okay, Metapod. Okay, and now let's do it again. Let's do our psychic connections. Okay, I'm feeling a dark energy. Yes, things are surrounding this card. I feel like malice. You know, I feel like an energy that is not good. You know, I feel something that is yeah, see, Deoxys, it has the psychic energy. So the energy I was feeling was that. It was the psychic energy flowing from Deoxys, who is full of malice. And as you can see, look at those eyes. Angry. Yangy. Perfect. I did it. I'm getting really good at this. I'm going to become a television psychic and make money from people who are not discerning. Sounds great. Finally, a grift for me. Okay, let's put it over here. Sword and Shield Fusion Strike. Booster Pack. Clam Pearl. Panpour. Darkrai. Simisear. Okay. Now, in this card... Okay. I'm sensing disappointment. How about that? I'm sensing disappointment. I'm sensing that this card will not satisfy you or me. I'm sensing that we'll be extremely upset by what we pull here. It will be not quite what we want. There, see? That time I was right on the money. I was right on the money. And you see the dark energy I was talking about before, it was actually coming from here. I was getting mixed signals, you see. That's another thing psychics do, is that like when something else, when it's like, oh, you know, there's someone who died, and the person's like, no one's died. Not for a long time, actually. And then someone sitting next to them is like, wait, my father died. And it's like, oh, I was picking up your energy is what I was doing. Okay. Why? Ooh. The last three letters on this? I don't know if you can see. Here. Hold it like this. says RNG. And that's what it's all about. All about that RNG. Let's get that RNG. Okay. Sandygast. Caterpie. Gravelair. Gossifleur. And now, okay, this one. There's going to be a coin flip on the card somewhere. You know, I don't think there is. You know, I don't think... It was actually a pretty good likelihood that there would be a coin flip somewhere on the card. But there wasn't. Okay. And now, one of the last couple ones that we have is here in the Fusion Strike. Let's finish with a bang. I want one of these to be... Ooh, that's a good Wigglytuff. Crossiever? Crossiever! Okay, it wasn't this one. It was not this one. This was not the one. What is that? You must play 2 Crossiever cards at once. You must. Let's look at this Wigglytuff. Excellent. Excellent. Whoever makes these, very grateful for their... I hope that they actually made this and photographed it. It looks a lot like they did. And I hope that there's a Wigglytuff just like this. Okay. This card has LMB in it for left mouse button. And let's Fusion Strike with our left mouse button. Here we go. Left mouse button activate. Gumi. Elasis Sparkle. Simisear. Morgrim. And announcing to you, Azumarill. Look at Elasis. She's sparkling. You know, not literally because it's not a holofoil. It's not a secret rare. It's not a full art. But in theory, she does sparkle. Okay. 2 left. There are Dos Moss. I'm prepared to live Moss for these Dos Moss. Okay. Okay. All right. And begin. All right. We have 2 chances to get one last beautiful, beautiful, fantastic VMAX rare card. And it is... Hey! All right, you know, I'll take it. Look, full art cards are beautiful. Sydney's here. He's ready to discard 2 cards from your opponent's hand. You know, maybe not great, but could have value. If it was just to discard any 2 cards, oh man, that would actually be a pretty good card. I think so anyway. I think that would be good if it was like just discard 2, whatever you want. You could discard their Pokemon. you know? Usually they need those. Okay, a Sword and Shield Brilliant Stars booster pack. Oh, one of those was just at the bottom. Brilliant! Let's get Arceus, okay? Clefairy, Corphish, Prinplup, Bidoof, and the final card we will pull is Muck. You like how I did that? I was like, reveal the Muck. It was Muck. Okay. Let's investigate other things about this app now that we pulled everything. Wow. Thanks everybody for watching me pull. How many was that? I want to... all together. It's like a giant sandwich. Giant sandwich of cards. Look at this. There's so many. I'm gonna do this like it's like the like for YouTube it'll be like the thumbnail of me going like ah. Too many cards. Will I remember that I did that and actually use that as the thumbnail? I don't know. I guess we'll have to see, right? How do we use any of this other stuff? So this we have to use in the shop. This is shop. Not there. Not there. It would be like here. Oh, they show you all the stuff you have. 32 of 24. What? That's more. Why would you... what? How do I have 32 of 24? What are you talking about? I clearly don't have all of them. What does that number mean? That means nothing. You have 32 out of 24. You check the card gallery. You don't have any. You don't really have that many of them, actually. Okay. Use an accurate number, please. We almost have all of the fusion strikes. And what is the product collections? Promo set. What is that? Rare or hollow rare or hollow rare V or hollow rare VMAX or ultra rare or rainbow rare or secret rare. Oh, 3 of those packs. Okay. Then 1 Eevee, chilling out. 1 Espeon, 1 Blitzel, 1 Tepig. So it's a promo set. Okay, that's what that is. I see. So these are like, oh, $7.50 for that, and 3 packs. Whereas if you wanted to buy 3 packs, it would be $5.60. So it's like you could pay an extra like $250 for some like promo cards, basically. Interesting. So they do let you buy individual booster packs for, let's say, 200 per. You know, just go with this one, this value. And then they let you see your total collection, which is not full. 133 of 163. When you say that, okay, so they're talking about the actual, like, here, let me move to the other side here. Hello. So if you check the number at the bottom, if you check the number at the bottom, it's 141 of 163, for instance. So the 163 is for that, but that doesn't include like the secret special rares, which is 164 out of 163. So if you have some of those, that'll skew the number. And that's probably how we have the celebrations right here, where it says we have 32 of 24, because we have some of these that are beyond 107 of 123. Okay, this just makes no sense then. 17 of 7, 86 of 109, 9 of 95, 66 out of 64, 24. Okay, none of this makes any sense actually. I thought I understood it and then I ununderstood it. I de-understood. Okay, here. 3 out of 25, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay. So those are the main ones in the collection. But then they have all these bonus cards, starting with Blastoise, that are not part of that. So this is the main number that they have. And we have almost everyone in that card collection, including full art Pikachu, chubby Pikachu. But we do not have, for instance, full art Professor's Research, full art Mew, golden Mew. Nor do we have Charizard. Oh my god. We're really fucked up. How did we not get Charizard? Yeah, so the rest of these are like bonus cards, but they're not included in the number up here, which is annoying. And this number up here, the bar is full even though we don't have all the cards. So basically I hate it. Basically I hate this. I don't like bars that lie to me. Okay. So we don't have any Astral Radiance cards at all. Pokemon Go was the thing? They made a Pokemon Go set? Okay. Lost Origin. Silver Tempest. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't play for this one, and this one. So if there's any good cards that were in here, I don't got them. Although we got some Brilliant Stars. Okay, it looks like this is still before they put in... No, they did put in V-Star. Got Shaman, Charizard, Whimsicott, Arceus V-Star, who is still used. Yeah, okay. All right, got it. So that's that. Good. And now we can check out our actual cards that we have. Again, we can only do so while editing a deck as far as I know. I want to validate deck. No. All kinds of deck boxes we could get, including spooky Halloween deck. How far back do the cards in this go? Because they have expanded, but do they have cards for expanded? Expanded. Okay. Stage 1, Stage 2. V Max, V Star, V Union, Restored, Break, Mega. Let's do cards that we own. Let's do GX or Tag Team. GX Tag Team, yes, okay. They do have these in here. Okay, great. Because I was talking about these before. For instance, Arceus Dialga, and Palkia. They have similar makeups and strategies to the current Arceus V-Star, where you can do 150, search your deck for up to 3 basic energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like, then shuffle your deck. This was a pretty wild card back when it was valid and used. And it also has, for the rest of the game, your Pokemon attacks do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. If you have at least 1 extra water energy in addition to the attack cost, then when your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out by damage from those attacks, take 1 more prize card than you would have already. That was probably the main reason this was used, though, because that allowed you to be like, okay, for instance, this tag team is like, when it's knocked out, your opponent takes 3 prize cards. It would make it so you take 4 prize cards, almost winning you the game. Or if, for instance, you just knocked out a V Pokemon, that would be 2 prize cards. It would make it into 3, and then you could just knock out 2 V Pokemon and win the game. Conversely, if people were playing single prize, usually you would need to knock out 6. This would make it so you only need to knock out 3. It made games much shorter, and I liked it for that reason. This one is used a lot. It basically is a professor's research on a Pokemon that you can do in addition to your 1 trainer card per turn. And so people would just play this card, and then that's it. Just for the ability, and that's it. This one is the one that's super fun. This Pokemon can use the attacks of any Pokemon GX or EX on your bench or in your discard pile. So that was pretty good, because you could use any Pokemon GX EX. So that means anything in this list plus the ones that I don't have, which are many, because they made a lot of them. And this one's just cute. Yeah, this one could just do Snipe for 60. And so, but none of these are legal anymore. These were made illegal with the last rotation. But I'm glad that they are able to be used in expanded mode. Okay, so it goes back to Sun and Moon, X and Y. Black and White is the oldest. That's pretty far back. Decently far back. And then, okay. I want to find now, whoops, is here. Let's get Intellion. This guy. So this guy pretty much rules the school, along with this one, in terms of like basic Pokemon, as far as I know. Where once during your turn, you may put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon without any restriction. Just go ahead. And that can really add up. It can, you know, if someone switches out, you can like knock out a Pokemon that they did not want you to, because you can do benched Pokemon as well. And then, of course, this one is also good to have in the mix as well, because you could choose to also put this Intellion on top, which is you may search your deck for up to 2 trainer cards, reveal them, and put them into your hand. Pretty good. Pretty good, I'd say. And then, here, but those are still standard, right? Yeah. What was that guy's name? Hold on, you can see it on the card. It's Drizzile. Drizzly. Not that one. This one. So this one also does the same thing, but like less, but you have to have, you know, the evolution. So when you play this one, search your deck for a trainer card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle your deck. So it's like 1, not 2. So still really good. And then Sobble. We've got this little Sobble. Search your deck for up to 3 basic Rapid Strike Pokemon, put them onto your bench. So in a Rapid Strike deck, a great opener. If you don't draw your good opener. A good opener that, you know, is not your favorite one. Your second favorite. And we can see all the Sobbles we don't have, too. Look at this one. Sad Sobble. Saddle. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Meta decks. Let's check the meta decks, what we've got. We've got Giratina V-Star, Kyurem VMAX, Origin Form Palkia V-Star, Lost Box, Giratina V-Star, again, Regigigas, Hisuian Gudra V-Star, and Mew VMAX. Okay. So let's look up some of these, because I don't know anything about like the meta anymore. So I would like to see what people are doing. Okay, so the basic strategy is using components of the Comfy engine. Now, what is that? What is the Comfy engine? Comfet. Comfy. Feeling comfy. Okay. We've got, once during your turn, this Pokemon is in the active spot. You look at the top 2 cards of your deck and put one of them into your hand. Put the other card into the Lost Zone, which is, if you are familiar with Magic, exile. It's basically not your graveyard. It's just out of the game. Okay. That is pretty good. So you want to get first to 7 and then 10 cards in the Lost Zone. And then you can reuse Comfy's flower selecting ability to get that into the case. Then you use Mirage Gate to power up Giratina's V-Star attacks. Okay. So that also uses Colress's Experiment. That's a trainer. That's why. Colress's Experiment. Let's see that. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck and put 3 of them into your hand. Put the other cards in the Lost Zone. Shouts to all my Lost Boys. We rowdy. Okay. So that's another way to get cards into the Lost Zone. So this seems to be about getting cards into the Lost Zone. Mirage Gate, Scoop Up Net. All right, Mirage Gate. Mirage Gate. You can use this card only if you have 7 or more cards in the Lost Zone. Search your deck for up to 2 basic energy cards of different types and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. Then shuffle your deck. Okay. That's pretty good for like getting energy on them Pokies. You know what I mean? Just getting energy on them Pokies. And then Scoop Up Net, which I know, but if you don't know, here. Scoop. So put one of your Pokemon that isn't V or GX into your hand. So that means if it's, you know, a regular Pokemon, a basic, like for instance Comfy is. So that's about making it so that you can just do that more in a turn. Okay, then the trick is Giratina V-Star. Again, that's a Pokemon. Okay, not a trainer. I don't like this system. All right, Giratina. Giratina. Okay, Giratina V. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck and put 2 of them into your hand. Put the other cards in the Lost Zone as an attack. So you can use Giratina to help you get to the Giratina VMAX. And then Giratina V-Star. Put 2 energy attached to your Pokemon in the Lost Zone. 280 attack. Yeah, if you do that, you're going to be at an energy loss, so you would need something like that energy boosting card. You can use this attack only if you have 10 or more cards in the Lost Zone. Your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out. Oh, okay. You can't use more than 1 V-Star power in a game. Okay. So the trick there is that you just have a very powerful 280 attack and also an instant knockout if you have someone who has more than 280 HP. Okay. I can see why that's pretty powerful. Now let's look at the next most popular one, Kyurem VMAX. Kyurem? I hardly know him. Alright, so bench and evolve Kyurem V and Origin Form Palkia V into Kyurem VMAX and Origin Form Palkia Star, respectively. Okay, let's see that. Kyurem. Alright. Kyurem V. Okay, attach any number of water energy cards from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like. That's not a bad move. But then you have, this is probably why you're using it for VMAX. Let's see. Once during your turn, you may discard the top card of your deck. If that card is a water energy card, attach it to one of your Pokemon. Okay, so you're going to have a lot of water energy in your deck. Is that right? 9. Okay. Okay. So, only 9. You may discard any amount of water energy from this Pokemon. This attack does 50 more damage for each card you discarded in this way. You'd have to discard a lot to get to like 330, for instance. Let me continue to read this. So we'll keep that in mind. Keep that guy in mind. And then also, Origin Form, eh? I like how it's formed with an E. Origin Form Dialga V. Origin Form Dialga V-Star. That's who we want, right? Or is it Palkia? Origin Form Palkia, okay. Rule the region. Ooh, I love this. Look at this. That's beautiful. Search your deck for a stadium card, reveal it, and put it into your hand. Then, shuffle your deck. Okay. So stadium cards in this deck are... Oh, you know what? Here. I wonder if this still works. I'm going to cut out of this. Yeah, I don't care. Create a deck. Port from clipboard. Yes, okay, that worked. I don't know what that is. Okay. So now we can see. Got Kyurem, Kyurem VMAX, Orin Guru, Origin Form Palkia V, Origin Form Palkia V Star, Subspace Swell, 20 more damage for each bench Pokemon, both yours and your opponent's. Okay, so if each had 6 or 5 bench Pokemon, that would do an extra 200 damage, so 260. Pretty good. Pretty good. During your turn, you may attach up to 3 energy cards from your discard pile to your water Pokemon in any way you like. Okay. So that's how you get the cards from the discard pile into your Pokemon. But only once? Can you use that again? Only 1 V-Star power. Is that right? So that's just one time? Or, okay, I don't know the rules of V-Star. Because if you can only do that once, or is it every turn, but you can only use this V-Star power? I'm going to look it up. Pokemon V-Star rules. Okay. What makes V-Star Pokemon powerful is each one features a V-Star power, which is either an attack or an ability. You can only use 1 V-Star power per match. Okay, so it is just a one-shot. It's just you do it once, and that's it. Okay, yeah, so it's a powerful effect that you can only do once. So regardless of like whether it's an ability, whether it's an attack, 1. And you can only do this one time. So this is just a one-time 3 energy attach. It's good. It's good. It's not broken. It is pretty fair. Because there are like abilities that Pokemon have had that would let you do that every turn. Okay, so after using Orin Guru's Primate Wisdom to ensure that the top card of your deck is water energy, attach water energy to Kyurem VMAX via its Glaciated World ability, which we can see right here. Discard the top card of your deck. If that card is a water energy, attach it to one of your Pokemon. So that'll make it so Orin Guru, once during your turn, you may switch a card from your hand with the top card of your deck. Will make it so that that's definitely going to be a water card. So instead of discarding it, you are attaching it. So you get 2 attaches per turn, naturally. And then, let's see. Attach additional energy cards via manual attachments, Melanie, and with Palkia V-Star's Portal V-Star power. Melanie. There you are. Yes, yeah, okay. Attach a water energy card from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon V. If you do, draw 3 cards. Pretty powerful for a trainer card. That has seen play since it came out. Okay. Use Kyurem's V-Mast Frost attack, which does 120 plus 50 for each water energy you discard. And then using Origin Form, Palkia V-Star's Subspace Swell attack, which does 60 plus 20 for each benched Pokemon, or Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken attack, which does 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. Oh, you know, that's pretty good. Is that a, like, oh, it's just a regular guy. Look at that guy. Discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. This attack does 90 to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. So that's, like, good for sniping. It's interesting. That's where I would think you would have like, what's his name? Inteleon, that I was showing you before. Do people not use Inteleon anymore? No, they do, because the next one, Origin Form Palkia V-Star, does. All right, let's check this one out. This has always been a fun thing about, like, these kinds of card games. Is that, like, you can import from your clipboard pretty easily. I like that because it's convenient and fun. So this one has the Sobble, the Drizzile, the Inteleon. Ooh, a different Inteleon, though. The Shady Dealings one. Interesting. So why do we not have the other one? Maybe my boy just couldn't keep up with the meta. My poor boy. He used to be in every deck. He must feel sad now. Oh no. My 20 damage per turn boy. Where is he? Nobody loves him anymore. Oh well. Okay. So use the deck's various search cards and draw options. Seek out and bench as many Pokemon as possible to boost the damage of Origin Form Palkia's V-Star Subspace Swell attack, which does 60 plus 20 more for each benched Pokemon. Throughout the game, discard water energy via Quick Ball and Radiant Greninja's Concealed Cards ability. As needed, use Origin Form Palkia's V-Star Star Portal ability to power up either another Palkia V-Star or Radiant Greninja itself. So that kind of, like, is a similar deck that just has the Sobble engine in it, it looks like. So you must discard an energy card from your hand in order to use this ability. Once during your turn, you may draw 2 cards. Okay, so that gets energy cards into the graveyard. Yeah, and then this is the same guy. Okay, cool. Cramorant, Lost Box. That's funny. But I want to see this Cramorant thing, because that doesn't seem like a rare Pokemon. Cramorant, Cramorant. Let's see. Oh, how about that? If you have 4 or more cards in the Lost Zone, ignore all energy in this Pokemon's attack costs. Funny. So it just does 110 straight up. Sableye. You can use this attack only if you have 10 or more cards in the Lost Zone. Put 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon in any way you like. Funny. Okay. All right, and this is the Comfy. This is how you get them all in there. Prevent all damage done to your benched Pokemon by attacks from your own opponent's Pokemon. Oh, they reprinted this card. This was Mew before. Now it's Manaphy. Okay, you know what? This has got to be why. You don't see, like, the Rapid Strike bench attackers. Drapion V. This Pokemon's attacks cost one butthole less for each card of your opponent's single strike, Rapid Strike, and Fusion Strike Pokemon in play. I don't know about this one. It really depends on the meta, I guess, but I don't see a lot of Single Strike, Rapid Strike, Fusion Strike for the aforementioned reasons. Radiant Charizard. Oh my god, from the Pokemon Go set. This Pokemon's attacks cost one butthole less for each prize card your opponent has taken. So that's a good card. Combustion Blast. This one is good primarily because of the single prize nature of it. So people have to actually kill 6 Pokemon. Whereas if you're putting out damage numbers that are similar to a 2-cost Pokemon, then you are kind of winning. These decks have always been maybe not top tier, but pretty close for that reason. So that's probably a pretty good budget deck, I would say, if I had to guess. I would say this is probably a pretty good budget deck. Because, let's see, how much does it cost to make? Can we see that? Exchange? Okay. 400 dust per card for a comfy. Wow, man. 400 dust for a comfy, huh? Whereas, if we were to say, let's look at that, the Giratina V-Star. Let's go see what the max rarity card costs. Yeah, so with this guy, 1,025, also 25. 1,000, also 25. So that's a little bit wild. I wonder how much dust this would cost to make in total. If I want to make just this deck right here. Is there just a do it for me button? Give me the dust, dust me daddy button. Probably not. Okay. $750 for a V card. $10.25 for a V-Star. Okay. That's pretty high. I'm going to say that's pretty high for considering we opened a shit ton and we have 1,700, so that's 18. So we could get about, in terms of V-Star, we could get about 18 cards, you know? And there's 17 Pokemon here. They're not all V-Stars. So it's like we could afford like a deck with all the stuff that we just opened. That's a little bit wacky, you know. Giratina V-Star with Arceus V-Star. Actually a little bit further down on the tier list. He's Punkaboo though. Punkaboo? How do you spell Punkaboo? Punkaboo. When you play this Pokemon, discard a stadium. Which is, you know, that's a tech card, a counterplay tech card. So that might just be in this list that I see. Because the tournament or whatever that they're at was using it. Regigigas. What was Regigigas up to? Regi REGIGIAS. There are no Pokemon that match you. What? Huh? That can't be. Oh, it's only owned. Okay, that's why. No. Reggie. I think I'm missing a G. Okay. To be fair, it's 1 in the morning for me. It is 1 a.m. Sorry. Okay. Once during your turn, if you have Regirock, Regice, Registeel, Regieleki, and Regidrago in play, you may attach up to 3 energy cards from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. That's some Exodia shit right there. Though you could do it. It's not ridiculous to expect that you could do it, but that is some big combo action. Okay. View VMAX still on the tier list, but at the bottom. Blissey V. Oh, Blissey V was competitive for a while. Like, kind of lower, but... Hisuian Zoroark V-Star, Arceus V-Star, Arceus V-Star with Flying Pikachu, Duraludon VMAX. Really? Wow. Making a comeback. Ice Rider Palkia, Ice Rider Calyrax VMAX. Okay, that one was like from like last year. Lunatone. Luna! Origin Form Dalgia V-Star. Mewtwo V-Union with Milk Tank. Oh, they did another V-Union. I want to see this. V-Union? No. I think... Yeah, that's it. Okay. Show me all the Vunyons. Got Greninja Vunyon. Mewtwo Vunyon. Morpeko Vunyon. I can't even see Morpeko there. There he is. There's his face. Pikachu Vunyon, Zacian Vunyon. Okay, they made a couple more. Two more that I was not aware of. And then, what is Break? That's probably old. It's probably an old thing. Okay, so it looks like there are literally 0 people using the deck that they give you to begin with. Zacian Zamazenta. But you know what? Italian VMAX, Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX, Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX. I don't know about these deck lists that they're giving you for these. Suicune V. It was nice of them to give you some competitive decks from, like, again, a year and a half ago. Like Rapid Strike Malamar. Was it ever competitive? I don't know, but it was funny. So let's, you know what? Let's go in with the Rapid Strike Urshifu. Just a casual. And we'll see. We'll just do a game. We'll close out with a game, you know? I just ate a whole bottle of ketchup. That's me. They call me ketchup bottle eating Dan. All right, let me make myself smaller. Oh no, I've disappeared. Flip that coin. Yeah. I will go first. Okay. Okay. It's my turn first, right? Is that what we said? No? Oh, all right. He's still mulliganing. Okay, right. Zacian. That was a low resolution. Okay, we're going to do... What is it? I need to read these cards again. Okay, the strafe. All right, we've got 2 Drizziles, 2 Intellions. Bad, but, you know, what are you going to do? I literally can't do anything else. Okay, yeah, so we've got Drizzile, the second, and the third, 2 and 2. Evolution Incense, so we could get Urshifu VMAX out. And we've got this, shuffle up to 2 Pokemon or energy cards into your deck. Okay. Air Balloon. Wait, what is it? Uh-huh. All right. Yeah, I guess let's get that. And can we do an attack on this? Gale Thrust. G-Max Rapid Flow. I mean, that would be great if we had any energy at all. Well, a thrilling match. I know that they didn't. So they did an ability where they could pull 3 cards, and if any of them are steel type energies, it would go onto Zacian. And they didn't get any. So I don't think they can do this ability quite yet. Dialga. Discard 2 energy from this Pokemon. Okay, okay. Love to have dead hands. Pokemon is like, you can like recycle your hand like 5 times in a turn. Or just have a dead hand forever. Mm-hmm. Well, we can't do anything else. I don't know about this deck list. This is like a fair matchup. But like... Okay, so now they can do their Brave Blade. Oh no! Well, and that means that we're dead next turn. Yep. Yeah, we are. Well, this is fun. It's like, instead of Raihan, this could have been a professor's thing, and we could have just discarded our hand, which would have been better at this point. Well, in terms of just like looking at like the UI and stuff, like it's like this looks fine. It basically looks like you know, Pokemon Online, but I'd say a little better because the cards that you're looking at from their side aren't upside down. That's nice. Wow. Okay. I guess I didn't want to win. All right, and let's see. We have 120 to 2 Pokemon. Oh wow, we're still gonna die. Yeah. Yeah, looks like it. Looks like we're still gonna lose. Okay, put one. This won't kill you. But what can you do? Wait, 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay, this is numbering them. All right. Why does it look so low resolution when it pops up? This would have been great to have before. I'll concede. Wait, hold on. What were the other things over there? Mouse over card for info, yes. Okay. Music sound effects, okay. Interesting. Video options windowed. That's the only video option you have in the battle, I guess. Why are they continuing to do things? Look at that. You can click on the thing and it makes all the hexagons. There we go. Congratulations. All right, let's go. Bye. It's true. The important thing is to not give up. Ooh, 5 coins. So you get coins, XP, and Poke Hexagon medal. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's XP for profile? Is that right? Okay, and then you get like profile rewards. Maybe? Or is that for Battle Pass? Okay, the Poke Hexagons are for Battle Pass. Coins are for cosmetics. And then you have an overall level which does, I don't know. Play 1 stadium card. Oh, I don't know. That looks hard. That seems too hard for me. Okay. Folks, as much as I have had a great time here, which I have, I loved opening all those cards and then playing like one game. That was bad. That's Pokemon. I'm going to be back tomorrow earlier in the day, and we're going to be playing Kingdom Hearts. That's right, folks. More Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts Forever. So that's going to be 5 p.m. PST to 9 p.m. PST. So check it then if you'd like, and you had a great time. Give us a subscription on YouTube and Discord and Twitter. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. You are awesome. I hope you had a Poke fun time, and I hope to Poke see you tomorrow, and I hope you can Pokemon go to the polls. I'll see you in hell.